There we are. Mic's on. There we are. I think I turned desktop off though. Yeah, there we are. One viewer. I don't know if that's me though. Alright. Oh, orange juice. Right. I don't know if this is going to be a VOD, so if it is a VOD, I'll put it up. I'm going to turn that desktop audio off for that VOD though, because it's just going to be pinging there in the background. What am I doing? I'm playing Undertale, but what am I doing playing Undertale? I cannot make my video that I'm trying to make without going through the entire game and looking for little red herrings. Well, not red herrings, because little what seem to be throwaway lines in regards to the timeline and the universe. I've been trying to make this video for friggin' ages, and I constantly feel like if I make this, I'm gonna lack something. There's going to be something in there that I'm just gonna completely overlook. So, in order to mitigate that and to make sure that my psychosis is subsided in terms of that, I am going through every room of Undertale. This entire document that I've got here is every room with neutral pacifist, the prologue afterwards, and genocide run. I don't know how many streams of this I'll be. I'll just stream all day today. I'll see where I get to. But yeah, go through all of that. Write down anything that I see. Color it with the correct identifier. The key here is just blue means it's related to the Undertale timeline because I got a video about the timeline. Red is about the Undertale universe because I've got a video about the universe. Misc is stuff that I might find interesting that might relate to the two of them. B just stands for it was dialogue within a battle outside of just on the actual outside map. What would you call that? Outside of battle. So yeah, B, flowy and flowy. So I've done a little bit here just to show you, and I'll go through it. But this is much like it's the reason why I named this stream Undertale Exploration You Can Study To, because it's going to be slow. It's going to be slow and boring, and when I explain things, I'm very pedantic in the words that I choose, and I'm not even sure if pedantic's the right word, because I'm trying to understand the nature of everything in this goddamn universe. And I thought I'd begin by explaining what it is that I am going... what it is that Toby does in this game in terms of the universe's lore and in terms of the way things work. Yeah, just the universe's lore. Okay. I've got to stop overthinking it. I've got to start actually thinking properly. This is why I need Ricky here. This is why I stream with him, because then I can just throw it over to him. What Toby does is he uses, I suppose, fake outs or double entendre. He puts in throwaway lines that you won't expect to be anything that you think is just flavor text, but actually has quite a lot of significance. And one of those things, which I'll put in my video, but it'll be here as well, is it's a little thing, but how do we know that the human is buried outside the ruins, outside of Toriel, taking the human there? We know she takes the human there and buries the child, how do we know for a fact that Toriel buried the child outside the ruins at the starting area? So if I begin game here, and it doesn't matter what I name the net. Does it matter? No, it won't matter. It won't matter. Done. And I'll turn the game audio back on. Oh. Right. So, how do we know that the first human that has just... Here, I shouldn't point at the human because you can't see it. How do we know that this human just woke up here, and if I'm correct in my assumption, this is the first human whose body has, now that a soul has re-entered into it, woken up, materialized out of the flower bed here. And I've got a couple different theories about whether or not they came out of the ground, you know, came out like a zombie out of the ground, or if they were... Because I've also got this theory that if you have enough determination into any kind of physical object, that determination can essentially mold a body, any kind of physical form, into anything it wants, which is why monster bodies, once determination gets into the body and the soul doesn't have enough power to resist the determination, the body starts malforming into whatever it wants to be. Which is what I'm thinking, that it's one of the things that I think is like a crazy theory that I can't prove just yet, but yellow human, yellow flower, I'm literally saying that the first human could just be the essence was buried under this flower bed. The essence from the human somehow, much like the monsters we don't know, infused into the flowers is, you know, somehow. And soul came back, went to where the last human's body was. Determination molds that form into the child. But that could be complete rambling garbage, and that could be nothing. But the most important thing, which is what I was explaining, how do we know that this human was buried under here? Why wasn't it buried anywhere else in the... There's plenty of places where it could have been buried in the actual catacombs, because it's where the monsters are actually buried. And it's got to do with what I said about Toby and his throwaway lines that sound like they mean nothing, or that they might mean he's, you know, alluding to something else. It's like, oh, it couldn't possibly be anything other than this. One of those things is when in the True Lab entries of I can't remember which number it was. It talks about the flower seeds. And the flower seeds are described as, you know, oh, they're sticky, you know, and this was after they, whoever they were, we assume either Alpheus or Sans or whoever, injected determination into the flower, and they're talking about Flowey and, well, not Flowey, but, you know, trying to reanimate the bodies. And it's like the ominous phrase of, you know, oh, they're sticking, they're clinging to me. That makes it sound like, you know, the flowers have come to life or something, or they're gaining sentience. It's this weird, just this weird throwaway line that they put in, that I thought was weird, because it's like, is Toby playing it fast and loose with the law here, with how strict the adherence to this universe's rules Toby is using determination. Like, he's injecting the flowers, but he's not injecting this, you know, the seeds and everything directly. He's not injecting every flower. He just injected that one flower or whatever. Like, I need to explain myself better. Toby, yeah. Screw it. Anyway, sticky seeds. It's meant to allude to that. It's meant to make you feel nervous about, the flowers are coming to life because he injected it. But if you also look at the story of the first human, what do? They, using Azrael's new form after they go into them, they take the old body, take it to a flower bed outside the village, put it down in the flower bed, into the sticky seeds, pick it up again, and take it back in. The flowers are referred to the flowers that came from the outside, which means they weren't here previously. And this old home, like where this is here, I'll be explaining it in my timeline video. This is tens of thousands of years old. These flowers should not be here at all. Unless they were brought here. But how were they brought here? They didn't come from the outside when the monsters first came in. And you can see through, and you'll see it in the preceding rooms in the old house that Toriel's in. All the flowers they've taken from the underground. They've taken one from every little area and they've put it in the house. But there's also a yellow flower. The only yellow flower is this one here. These ones here. They grow nowhere else. So, how do we know that this human was buried here? Because the only way those flowers could have gotten here was by burying the human. We'll bring the seeds in, and the only way we know how those seeds got brought in was when the human was buried, and he brought it in from the outside after being laid down in the flower patch. So that what seemed like a completely, throwaway line meant to make you feel a little bit nervous about the flowers was actually alluding to this. And yeah, that's my theory. I hope you enjoyed this stream. I'm going to continue. But I don't think anyone's watching. Is anyone watching? No, it's just there's one viewer. And I'll cut that down. Like no one's watching now, so I'm saving the embarrassment of trying to explain. I'll probably cut out this kind of rambling audio, cut it down so I'm not making so many pauses. Yeah, and that's the other thing I have to explain. You'll see up here, top left-hand corner, I've coded into the game just a little display up the top left there. It sometimes gets a bit buggy when different text comes on screen, which is annoying. I was trying to figure out how does Toby get constant. How does he keep it one text font, because it changes every time. Like every time a different font comes up in the thing. I was like, oh, look at his quitting. Like you'll see up there when you hold down that, it says quitting. That's not actually written text, that's just a picture. So I don't know how he gets like constant font, because you'll see later in the thing it comes different size, different fonts and everything. But now to explain what I'm doing. Howdy, I'm Flowey the Flower. I suppose I should speak all of this. I'm not going to do voices because Ricky's not here, it's not funny. You're new to the underground, aren't ya? Golly, you must be so confused. Somebody ought to teach you... someone ought to teach you how things work around here. I guess little old me will have to do. Ready? Here we go. And I've decided not to get a controller to play this either. What would happen if you just sit here? what was I going to say? God, the VOD viewers are... You're getting the catered experience where I cut out all these pauses. This is why it takes me so long to do things. Because I forget halfway through. Got a lot of memory problems. See, that is your heart, the very culmination of your being. Anyway, I was talking about text size. Then I was talking about, okay, what am I doing? Right. When we get to certain areas in this, when I spot something that I'm like, oh, I think that's important, I'm going to Alt-Tab, get to thing, and you'll see from what we just read there, we got Flowey. You're new to the Underground, aren't you? The first new, so it's the first time he's seen us. So that's blue, timeline, like that's the sole very culmination of your being. Red, that's the universe. Then you'll see Tori will come in and she has some stuff. Not all of it is going to be quotes, sometimes it's just little statements like this. This says, she's the caretakers of the ruins. It says, we're the first human to come in a long time, but separates that statement from an earlier one. This is meant to be no-fill. She looks for dying monsters. She's in the catacombs after all. Because, she says, I come here every day to see if anyone has fallen down. You don't know it yet, but fallen down is actually a state within Undertale that monsters enter when they get too old. It's called fallen down. They go comatose, lie down like that. Just that. It's not really explained, and they eventually just die. They eventually just turn into dust. So every time you see fallen down, it's probably not someone who's fallen down. It's probably referring to dying monsters. Same with Goner. And I'll explain Goner when we get to it. And that might be hours from now. But, dear God, this is going to be a slow, painful process. So I hope my voice isn't jarring enough to just sit there and listen to. Alright. Your soul starts off weak, but can grow strong if you gain level. What's level stand for? Also, I won't put in anything that's I already really know and doesn't really need to be explained to me. I only put that like culmination of your being thing in there because it was an explanation to the start of this video. But I won't be putting in like stuff that I already can just remember straight off my head. I'm going to be looking for like throwaway lines that might have double meanings. I'm going to be looking for things I might have overlooked. I know there's something that I overlooked within Snowden, in which monsters don't actually eat physical food. They are entirely magical energy, encased within a thin matter form. So there's a whole bunch of stuff that I'm looking for. And yeah. I'm just trying to think, what else will I be looking for? Oh yeah, I'm looking for, what was it? It was correlation. You want some love, don't you? Don't worry, I'll share some with you. Down here, love is shared through little white friendliness pellets. Are you ready? Move around, get as many as you can. I'm not going to do it because I want to see... Hey buddy, you missed them. Let's try again, okay? I'm not going to do it because I didn't do it... I did do it the first time to see what he would say. And I don't remember exactly what he says this time. Is this a joke? Are you brain dead? Run into the bullets. And it changes to friendliness pellets. Yeah, I didn't think there was anything different that I thought. You know what's going on here, don't you? You just wanted to see me suffer. DIE, full stop. It's a terrible creature, torturing such a poor, innocent youth. Yeah, her eyes are a slight shade of brown. And I'll get the mouse off screen as well. Refers to flower as a creature, so she does notice that. Creature. So yeah, it's going to be a lot of that. Torturing such a poor innocent youth. Do not be afraid, my child. And I've got that written down later. Yeah. She does it here as well. She refers to us as my child. Does she recognize us, or is it a term of endearment? In terms of us being the first human. So, like, if... Oh, God, it really gives us a lot to think about if she does recognize us and she's this nonchalant. I don't think she does recognize us. But it's really hard to say. I am Toriel, caretakers of the ruins. I pass through this place every day to see if anyone has fallen down. Once again, come here every day to see if anyone has fallen down. Not that people routinely fall in here, like from the top, from where, all of this is about me finding throwaway lines. The sticky seed thing, which I didn't really explain as well as I thought I could. Because remember, it's always the way, isn't it? When you argue with yourself, you can think to yourself, and you don't have to really say every word that you think. And what happens when you do that for too long, and when you have friends who don't want to listen to your crappy Undertale theories, Cody, you end up in a state where it's like you understand everything you want to say, but you don't know how to say it. You can't articulate in a proper, coherent form. And it's my downfall. Or should I say, fallen down? No. Fallen down is a state described it's not in the actual game, but it's in like little strings of text within the game in the background. Like I said, yeah, monsters who've fallen down, they're comatose. She's looking every day to see if anyone has fallen down. Multiple things are suggested there. And I might write it down here as well. Multiple things are suggested there. First of all, are you serious? I've got this cheap, shitty version of paint. of Word. I'll just recolor it. In that, if she's looking for people who have fallen down, or monsters that have fallen down, monsters that are going to die and everything like that, much like Frogget, and I think it's Whimsun, and there's the ghost as well, but ghosts are a whole nother thing. It means animals, monsters, and Toriel and everything. It's not an completely abandoned area. Things still live there. So, I'm really interested to see how that works into everything, because it's like, oh, nothing's come in and out of there in, you know, thousands of years from the ruins, because there's that one door. It's like, unless you can, you know, tunnel under it, they say stuff like that. Anyway, I've lost my train of thought. If you're wondering why this video's so hard to make for me, every video I do this. This is me. Every single video. I sit here, come up with an idea, I think about something, I lose my train of thought because I'm trying to explain something else to myself, looking at something else, then I get something else, so I write it down. In fact, I'll show you. It's actually good for me to friggin' wait, is it? No. Here? No, where is it? Work. Chanel. Yeah, here it is, yeah. Fucking hell, what the? I haven't been in here in a long time. I haven't been doing much with it. But yeah, all of this, see here, doesn't look like much, but because this is before I downloaded it, it's like this is like Word, it's like the closest thing to Word you can get without it being Word and having to pay for it. But before I got this, I was just writing it down in text document. I put everything in a text document. I think this is one. It's like, this is me. I sit here and I write things down. Just write things that come to my head. Like every line is a different thought. And it's not sorted at all, so I go back through it and because if I want to write something and try and write it down, I have to have it all in my head. Because once I write it down, and it's, you know, it's all in my head and I understand everything and I write it down, as soon as I've stopped writing and I've walked away from the script, I've forgotten it. So yeah. See, this is where we are here. Once again, this is where we are now. And like, there's 100 of other things. Oh yeah, this is the Souls video that turned into something else. What did that turn into? Is it script 1? No, script 1 was that one. Script 2 is this. Script 2 was explaining the other video. Is it Who Are You? Yeah, Who Are You? Yeah, there we are. So, that's the script for that one. Timeline addendum. Oh yeah, that was my timeline video that I've written stuff for but haven't finished. And there's a whole lot of stuff. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. It starts looking at how long has it been between the first human and the current Undertale game. And what I found is it's been like tens of thousands of years since the first human fell down. It's been real long. Weir? What's Weir? Oh, this is when I first started looking into it, isn't it? Undertale was like Deltarune, existed in the head of Chris. Third actual world is the world that exists, the town. When was this written? Last time I checked it, it would have been today. No, created 4th of December 2020, that's right. I started looking at it. Because Chris, Frisk, Chara has excess determination, they're able to create worlds. That was my theory. World of Deltarune is made by Chara to destroy. This is why Chris can create the world of darkness, lightness with determination. Azrael and Frisk's combined soul is discarded by the body at night and goes on a rampage but resets everything. Oh yeah, that's the idea. every night I thought what would happen. This is before the chapter 2 of Deltarune. I thought what was going to happen was if it was the empty body of Chara, the body that has no soul is just driven by determination. But when we give it our soul, it can now have the power to create worlds and everything like that. Because it would have no purpose without a world, I thought that a possible storyline was that we had to try, like we were inserted into the body of Chris, which was Chara's empty body. And we were trying to stop a loop in which the empty body of Chara was literally just recreating the world over and over again so it could destroy it, because that's its purpose. To constantly create and destroy. Just and that's like Sans' I was going to also theorizing that Sans' job was to try and help to stop that. He's like part of some group or something, because he obviously knows about timelines. Completely wrong. Anyway, pacifist after genocide is true anything. Chara literally absorbs all the human souls. They can create worlds. This is another thing, like I was certain they could create worlds. I didn't think anything about the knife, but I did know that the creating worlds thing, because the metaphysics of Undertale was the creation of worlds, how worlds start, restart, stop. It's all down to the player. And I thought when we gave our soul to the actual NPC, the person we control, well, NPC is not, that's not the correct, what is it? Just player character, I guess. When we give it to, the main character, they now have our power, which is creating and destroying worlds. That's where I thought that came in. You see, like, you can hear it thinking along in the background. This is all going to get cut out of the VOD. But I'll turn it off, because now I'm more interested in doing this. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Bandaged used several times. Toby alludes to the idea that children who fell previous to Frisk were killed by monsters, but not proven by him or in-game. Oh yeah, that was my first... Yeah, and then there's, there's the quote of it. You control Chris with your soul, but Chris also their own person. Why the save file is named Chris when you first arrive in the underground. This implies 3-layer universe. IRL, which exists, the soul being my vessel, the town, and Light in the Darkness / Undertale, yeah. If you play through again, the first save file is now initially empty. I don't know why. What was that? If you play through again, the first save file is now initially empty. Song released by Toby with Noelle is called Lonely Girl. I've got to think about that, I remember. Noelle's mum is called Carol. Hinted that Gaster is a real-life entity. Oh, I'm going to turn a fan on. That shouldn't be coming through the microphone, I don't think. I've got a noise gate that stops that. Yeah, cool. Yeah. Clam Girl follower is not referring to Chris, but the player. Oh, that's right. There's implying followers know the nature of our world, the real world. One value is an anagram like love and EXP. What does it mean? God, that was so long ago now. I think. Oh. What else we got here? What else we got? Creepy face. Oh, that's another video. Creepy face video. Didn't really do much on it. Appears at player mentions appearance flower smile mention me smile camera smile smile. Yeah, that's right. That's another video I'm doing on that might enter into a later discussion of determination. Do it. Let's do it. Nature. So yeah. This is that other script I didn't do stuff with. Proof 1 and proof 2. What's that? Oh yeah, that's if I had to prove to people that I was doing stuff. No, I already did not. Souls to do. Who are you? Time. Yeah. What's brain power? That's the other one. I think I just rewrote. I think I re-looked at everything. Yeah. And I came to the same conclusions. Just human power works differently in Deltarune, with humans having the ability to create worlds, and suggest how the creation of Dark and Light worlds is a commentary of world creation, and Undertale a commentary of game mechanics. Show evidence of how monsters don't view you as human, but something with a stolen soul. How your determination overpowers flowers. Explain the basic outline of bodies in Undertale. Yeah. So, this is basically this video, but I gave up on it. Like, when was this? When did I start doing this? Yeah, May last year. 19th of May 21. I gave up on it and I started doing the Who Are You video. But I need to make this video because then I can't make all my other videos because this one is stuck in my head. Right. Anyway. I wonder if my audio's synced up. First, this could be weird for everyone watching if my audio's not. I'm going to mute my desktop so you guys don't hear it. Oh, I've done that because I'm so good. Alright. Yeah, that's synced up good enough. Cool. Did I just get out of the stream? No, I did not. Okay. Flowers. Krista Flowey is a creature. Looks for monsters that have fallen down, implying a still thriving society in the ruins. That's great. Right. Anyway, I've explained it. This is all going to be cut up. I don't know how long it is in the VOD. What does it say there? It's just hit 44 minutes. So that took 44 minutes to explain. It's probably going to be cut down to like 5. You are the first human to come here in a long time. Did I write that down? Yes. And yeah, like I said, first human to come here in a long time. There are calendars, and it's a mixture between the calendars in the houses, the ancient hieroglyphs, and the fact that no one recognizes Toriel at the end, except for Asgore, and some other stuff that I'll have to look into. I've got written down. There's like other notes outside that folder. Yeah. If you look at them all together, holistically, the first human arrived probably like 2,000 years before now. And those other humans just progressively through the timeline, because they're getting more technologically advanced, but this is just conjecture at that point. Because, the last one has a gun, but the first ones are like We've got like a stick and a bandage and... No, that's us. Yeah. But anyway. Stop trying to explain things, Alex. Do what you said you were going to do. I will guide you through the catacombs. Yeah. This way. The shadow of the ruins looms above, filling you with determination. I'm just trying to think, is that a throwaway? Shadow of the filling you with determination. HP fully restored. Save point. Yeah. Save point. As manifestation of our determination, it fills us with nation. Is this actually a physical thing, or is it just flavor? Another thing I'm doing is I have to write it down as I think of it. As I think it. Or otherwise I won't remember why I wrote it. So as a say, you feel, is this phrase actually referring to a physical thing, or is it just flavor? Yep, then I'll remember. Okay. She's referred to us as innocent twice. And also, allow me to educate you on the operation of the ruins. This is Ruins 2. This, I have to remember, go see it. We are now in Ruins 2. She welcomes us, it's at a place of return. She also refers to us as innocent twice now. Is that important? The ruins are full of puzzles, ancient fusions between diversions and door keys, which is, I think I've written that down. Puzzles are ancient fusion. Yeah, diversions and distraction. No, door keys. One must solve them to move from room to room. Just in terms of the ruins, though. And you'll get a lot of this from me as well. I'll be sitting there reading it for like 10 seconds to see whether or not I'm looking into something too much. Please adjust yourself to the sight of them. Also, is that fan blowing in? I'm going to wait for the fan to blow on it. Slightly. Move that fan further back. Please adjust yourself to the sight of them. Only the fearless may proceed. Brave ones, foolish ones, both walk on the middle road. Both walk not the middle road, right. That's actually a really interesting thing. Like, it's an actual puzzle he made that you have to not walk on the road by hitting those ones, and that's how you solve it. To make progress here, you will need to trigger several switches. I've just realised I'm not turning the desktop audio on. Put that there. Do not worry, I have labelled the ones that you need to flip. Press Z. Wait, Z. Oh, I couldn't click and enter. Stay on the path. Bunny. Yeah, this is just... What? Please press the switch to direct. I wonder what happens next. No, I don't. My god, I am terrible with directions. Yeah, okay. Hilarity. Splendid, I am proud of you, little one. Let us move to the next room. Little one, innocent one, everything like that. This is another one. As a human living in the underground, so she knows we're human. And underground is capitalized. I think I've written that down. What room is this again? Oh, I'll see. Part is capitalized, implying the known state of being within the underground. Monsters underground is also capitalized. Capitals apply significance. Dummy is made of cotton and refers to us as human. I'll know what that means. So even before any kind of genocide run starts, you will need to be prepared for this situation. However, worry not, the process is simple. When you encounter a monster, you will enter a thicket. While you are in a fight, strike up a friendly conversation. All for time, I will come to resolve the conflict. Practice talking to the dummy. Is that one viewer just me? Or is that someone there? I can check, can't I? Oh, people have come and gone, yeah. Now this is an interesting thing. I think I wrote it here, yeah. If we fight, we control soul, and a fight's real or metaphysical. Here's the thing about the metaphysical part about it. You know how the eye... there's the eye thing. Anytime someone has any kind of determination, even slightly, and their body can't handle it, the eye does something, and you'll see it. Maybe, no. I've not explained that quite correctly, but watch this. What does that look like? Like, this is what I'm thinking. And this is crazy. This is all crazy talk. And this is me talking to myself rather than anyone else. But if this is your soul, and this is the determined action your soul is going to take, which is to strike at the dummy, then it goes to the eye. And I think that's like, I mean, obviously Toby's trying to, it's a video game mechanic, and Toby's trying to just make a game as well as tell a story, as well as have you in-game lore. Lore-wise, I think that's the soul looking through the body's eye, and how accurately we hit it is how we do it. But the eye is always important. In Sans' eye, Undyne's Eye, Asgore's Eye, they all have like a little flash. Most of them do. Then act. Doing attack 0. I can't heart, but no, you're the apple of my eye. I have sat here for a long time to see if he'd fall over, but he doesn't. I can't item, which is annoying. Sparing does nothing, fleeing does nothing. I'm X, isn't it? Yeah. I'll talk. You talk to the dummy. It doesn't seem much for conversation. Toriel seems happy with you. You won. You earned 0 XP, 0 gold. Very good. You are very good. I've done this 2 other ways. She refers to the thing as being made of cotton. If you run away from it, and then when you hurt it, it says you don't want to, there's no point in fighting it. Just talk to it. There's another puzzle in this room, wonder if you can solve it. I never noticed this the first time. It's this pattern here. Frogget attacks you. Life is difficult for this enemy. And I'm not going to look too much into like what the creatures are, because like, but I will Frogget attacks. Frogget is made out of 2 creatures. But I won't do too much of that because I can go onto the Undertale wiki and just because there's plenty of people who've already looked all through this. I'm just looking for like lines, things that I might find interesting. That makes sense to me. Ooh. So if you look at the eyes in this chest, they also look down with these other eyes. So it's like 2 creatures. This is the puzzle, but here, take my hand for a moment. I've got this horrible taste in my mouth. And not even orange juice is getting it out. Puzzles seem a little too dangerous for now. You have done excellently, you have done excellently thus far. My child, once again, my child, but I don't know. Does she know us? Is Virginia playing the Mickey? I'm not sure. However, I have a difficult request to ask of you. So I'm looking at my microphone again. I'm just going to see if the fan's still being picked up, because it's far away. Slightly. That's really annoying. But I need it to stay cool in this hot Fahrenheit. Right. Now that you are thoroughly confused, and my jape has worked. However, I have a difficult request to ask of you. I would like you to walk to the end of the room by yourself. Forgive me for this. You know how annoying it is to like learn some game maker codes to put that thing in the top left corner? I had to program it to disappear during the goddamn text, because if it doesn't, then it just takes up the entire screen when the text comes up. Speedrunners do this. And if you do that, she's just standing there. Greetings, my child. Do not worry. I did not leave you. I was merely behind this pillar the whole time. For the entire time you were buried as well. Thank you for trusting me. However, there was an important reason for this exercise. To test your independence. I'm now starting to do voices a bit. I must attend to some business, and you must stay alone for a while. Please remain here. It's dangerous to go to explore by yourself. I have an idea. I will guide you. I will give you a cell phone. I've written that down. This is Ruin 6. Toriel refers to us as my child. Does she recognize? I'll write him multiple times. Toriel gives us a cell phone, cell as in cellular or animal cell. That's I've already written that down. And I think this is as far as I went. Because I did a test run of this just to see what the stream would be like, and I'm like, this is going to be boring as fuck. If you have any need for anything, just call. Be good, alright? There's also a link between electricity and the cell phones. Yeah, the eyes in the chest. Look at it. Hello, this is Toriel. You have not left the room, have you? There are a few puzzles ahead that I have yet to explain. It would be dangerous to try and solve them yourself. Be good, alright? Click. Yeah, and it clicks. Cell phone clicks. I should capitalize it. Clicks after a call. Is this was it's a handheld phone or something else? I know it seems like I'm looking for stuff that ain't there because it very much might not be there, but it's better to write it down. Because it might literally just be a handheld phone. But I don't put anything past Toby. I think he writes, he names things specifically for a very specific reason. That's Ruin 7, yeah. And I think, is that this room that has Stalker Flowey in it? If I walk backwards, you look in the far left of the screen. Is he there? Where is he? No, okay. I shouldn't have the mouse on screen. Is my stream layover correct? Yeah. I'm de-stressing. I hate streaming. Honestly. Well, starting to stream, it makes me feel so stressed. Playing through the crinkling leaves fills you with determination. HP fully restored. Chris, level 1, Ruins entrance. You save. Leaf pile. I just want to talk to a frog. But I'll compliment it. That's much easier with a Don't look at that thing in the middle of his chest. Ribbit. Excuse me, human. I have some advice for you about battling monsters. If you act a certain way or fight until you almost defeat them, they might not want to battle you anymore. If a monster does not want to fight you, please use some mercy, human. Ribbit. I've already written down that things that are important are capitalized Well, yeah. This is Ruin 7A. So, previous room was Ruin 7. We're good. That's not how you spell capitalizes. Capitalizes. I see. And act. And sort of act. Class the text yellow. I will also put in at the start, I forgot to put it in there, tutorial name is blue and ruins is red. I think that's it, I'll just look back and see, but I think that's correct. Yeah, that's a misc. That looks like a misc, doesn't it? Oh, I love a bit of misc. Nothing spells fun like a bit of misc. It says, take one. Take a piece of candy. Yes, you took a piece of candy. Press C to open the menu. Monster candy heals 10 HP. Has a distinct non-licorice flavour. Okay, monster candy. One. I shouldn't capitalize or else I'll think it is. That's red because that's universe. Now, the reason for that is to do with how monsters eat and consume and do things. I'll take another one. You took more candy. How disgusting. You take another piece and you feel like the scum of the earth. I'll say no. You decided not to take some. Okay, it just is. That's what you say when you do it anyway. It spills onto the floor. Look at what you've done. Does it say the same thing? Yeah. I have some advice for you. Yeah, X goes further fast. If you act in a certain way, fight. Yeah, it was act and fire, yellow. Use mercy, rivet. Yes, I'm one of those people who says when they have to, which is all the time. Sell. Call her mum. Oh, you can't choose yet. Yeah. This is tutorial. You only want to say hello? Well then. Hello! I hope that suffices. Hee hee. Hey! Hey hey! This is tutorial. You may want to know more about me. Why do I read more freaking dyslexia? Well, I'm afraid there is not much to say. I'm just a silly little lady who worries too much. Call her mum. This is tutorial. Huh? You just call me mum? Well, I suppose. Would that make you happy? I'm trying to figure out whether or not. To call me mother. Call me whatever you like. Now, this is what I'm thinking of is too late. It's not whether or not... I don't care what Toriel thinks. It's whether or not our decision to call her mum is because Toriel might not recognise this and know that, you know, we might just be just like some human to her. But we might recognise her and we're calling her mum. That's what I've, got in my mind. Well then, you can call me whatever you like. Click. There's a click every time the phone... That's the thing. Like, obviously he's not going to animate an action of going a click and everything like that for like a flip phone or something. But there's a click every time. And I wonder if that's indicative of something. Dialing. Huh? Oh, hee hee ha ha, how adorable. I could pinch your cheek. You certainly find better than an old woman like me. And we keep doing it. She refers to herself as an old woman even though she hasn't really aged. And that's because she is very old. Oh my lord, she is old. I'm thinking she's about... Oh, what was it? I have to turn the music off by turning my headphones off. It was like... tens of thousands of years, I think it was. But really, really long. Ah dear, after you said you want to call me mother, you are an interesting child. No, this is tutorial. Salutations. Is that enough? Are you bored? I should have given a book to you. My apologies. Why not use your imagination to divert yourself? Pretend you are a monarch. Oh, use your imagination. Okay. Once again, I'm thinking to myself, pretend you are a monarch. Rule over the leaf pile with an eye, with a fist of iron. Can you do that for me? Tutorial. No, my child. Sorry, I do not have much to say. It was nice to hear your voice though. I think that's again. Sorry, I do not have much to say. It was nice to hear. Yeah. I don't think there's any more. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's about... Like everything I've thought about, I've already written down in my head. Frogger didn't understand what you said, but was scared anyway. I should write that down as well. Oop. Frogger seems reluctant to fight you. Frogget doesn't understand our language. No, I keep that green. Anyway, I'm going through all of things. Stick, bandage, gold, Chris. There's Chris, and then there's Chris there, and then there's Chris in quotation marks. Chris. That's the thing. See, like it's like, what's your name? Frisk. And I need to look at it at the end, so remind me to do that. Or remind myself to do it. I wonder if that changes to Frisk at the end, or if it's this that changes to Frisk. I need to look at that. X, that's right. Monster Candy. Monster Candy heals 10 HP, has a distinct non-licorice flavor. Okay. Nothing. Oh no, that's desktop audio. God damn it. Hello, this is Toriel. For no reason in particular, which do you prefer? Cinnamon or butterscotch? B scotch. Oh, I see. Thank you very much. I don't dislike cinnamon. Hello, this is Toriel. You do not dislike cinnamon, do you? I know what preference is, but would you turn up your nose if you found it on your plate? Right, I understand. Thank you for being patient. By the way. Thank you for being patient, by the way. This ruins mine, yeah. Toriel asks us for flavor of pie. Is she getting actual physical food items or the monster magical equivalent? Because here's the thing. It says one viewer. I'm going to let you in on a little secret. If Toriel shits in Deltarune, right, that means that the universe does not abide by the Undertale rules. If she does not abide by it. But if she doesn't, then it does. Does that make sense? And it's got everything to do with food. 3 out of 4 grey rocks recommend you push them. Whimsun approached meekly. Whimsun, this monster is too sensitive to fight. I have no choice. Whimsun continues to mutter apologies. Console. Halfway through your first word, Whimsun bursts into tears and runs away. Yeah, this was in this room, wasn't it? Says he no choice and engages us while engaging us in a bigot. I should capitalize that. Is this because Whimsun is is it because he's following orders Asgore gave him, or because, like, if she's been trapped in here, whatever, I'm assuming Whimsun can't get out. Like, what's making him fight? Like, we can try and console and he just runs away. God, what's his move? Why is he fighting us? Like, Frogget fights us because it's too stupid to understand, I think. And it just automatically does it. Whimsun has some intelligence and knows what he's doing. Why is he doing it? Yeah. Also interesting that out of all the rocks, there are 4 in total, and it's the 4th one that gives the bother. Is it 2? And then up to here. Didn't you read the sign down? Oh yeah. Oh, I should probably go downstairs. Approaches meekly. I'll just check him again, see what he says. Too sensitive. I'm sorry. Yeah, he doesn't want to fight us, but he's being made to. Whimsun avoids eye contact. What if I terrorize? You raise your arms and wiggle your fingers. Whimsun freaks out. Wiggity wiggity woo. I can't handle this. What if I keep terrorizing him? You raise your arms and wiggle your fingers and freaks out. I can't handle this. Okay. He's hyperventilating. I just want to see. I know I can go on the thing, but while I'm here. Yeah. Yeah. I know. Do this. Stack the leaves. Ah, top left corner. You see that? I've just noticed it now. That's what happens after a fight. Like, I can't get it to like stay at one font, even when I set it. When I create, it's an object that I create, and I create it and I set it at a font. Ooh, mold small. But yeah, anytime it changes to a fight or something, it goes into that. Mold small. Check. Mold small. Stereotypical. Curvaceous. Stereotypical. Curvaceously attractive, but no brains. Burble burble. Once again, like Mold Small is only doing this because he's too stupid to not do it. Burbles quietly. I imitate the burble. You lie mobile with Mold Small. You feel like you understand the world a little better. Squatch. Flirt. You wiggle your hips. Mold Small wiggles back. What a meaningful conversation. Sexy wiggle. Oh, he's about to burst. Oh, why do I always do that? Wait, I can go back, can I? The aroma of lime gelatin was through. I don't think if I keep doing stuff, it doesn't matter, does it? Yeah. Why did I make it hard for myself? Why did I do that? Spare him. Oh, and yeah, I'll go back to here. So look at the thing, I do that. Goes back to that. I don't know how to fix it. Yeah, that's the fault, yeah. You're asking me to move. Is the rock a monster? Oh. I mean, he's a wrestler. You're asking me to move over. Okay, just for you, pumpkin. That's room 11. Nothing move. Mold small. I don't know if that's his name. Too stupid to know. Not to fight us. Only system not to fight us, much like Frog. I'm going to put that as misc because I'm not. I only do red. Yeah, Winsome says he has no choice while engaging us in a fight. Red is something that is absolutely true and exists within universe. I should put that as green. Green is misc for me that I find interesting and I look at later. And I need to keep an eye out for... No, I shouldn't do that. I'll do that later. I need to keep an eye out for timeline stuff. Because I need to get that completely straight. Rock it. Oh yeah, and then I was going to do this as well. Is the rock in this room a monster? Are they all monsters, as the sign said? 3 out of 4 rocks. Recommended being pushed or something. 3 out of 4. And this is the one rock that needs to be told to move. I can just look at the thing later, but this is for me. Yeah. Alrighty, how's this? Wrong direction? That was the wrong direction. Okay, I think I got it. Mod small and mod small block the way. Mod small A and mod small B. Check. I was going to see if that's a different... Why am I doing this? With my mobile with mod small, you feel like you understand the world a little better. Forge. I'm just going to see what happens in a meaningful conversation. Yeah, okay, spare. Moving these rocks doesn't matter. Yeah. Was that helpful? Yeah, moves. You wanted me to stay there? That's the thing, like, stay is capital there. Stay is capitalized when the rock exclaims, "You wanted me to stay there." Knowing the mice might one day leave the hole and get the cheese, it fills you with determination. Mouse hole. This cheese has been here quite a long time. It's stuck to the table. Rooms of A. I'm putting this in here. That wasn't ruins. Yeah, Ruins 11. I need to put them in the right ones, or otherwise I'm gonna go insane. Cheese has been there for quite a long time. It's stuck to the table. You see, it makes it seem like, oh, it's been there for hours and it's just been left there as a joke I'm fairly sure this thing is years old. And I think that's making a mouse noise, ain't it? Yeah. I'll look at my... Oh, I'm gonna go to my stream. You're probably gonna hear this echo. I just want to hear how loud the stream is. Okay. But... Turning the desktop off. So how loud is that? Could stand to be louder. Put it back on 20, because that's what I was testing it at. Turn the desktop back on. I think that's fine. It's just not very loud. I can't turn it up except for the gain. I don't want it too loud because then it picks up every creak and squeak. Jeez, it's been there for quite a long time. Also, I was going to write in, is the mouse a monster? / kaiju. No. I'll be like, why did I write that? Ugh. Knowing the mouse might one day leave its hole and get the cheese, it fills you with determination. One day. Makes me wonder how long the mouse has been there as well. That's the thing, is the... Write that down. The determination descriptions running internal dialogue of the soul. Dialogue you, that's right. Or just what would it be a counterpart to? It's either a dialogue of the soul or just, I suppose, just basic game text. We are now... Oh no, that was 12A. This is 12, isn't it? Yeah. Are they going yet? This ghost keeps saying Z out loud repeatedly, pretending to be asleep. Move it with force. If I go no, nothing. I think brackets are just with. You see, okay, so what I'm looking at here is, see how the brackets there, and there. It's like, this ghost keeps saying Z out loud repeatedly, pretending to be asleep. Oh, that's just internal dialogue saying that to you. But, are they gone yet? It's like, oh, that's the ghost saying it. So is that just... Like, obviously, am I looking too far into it? Or is it like... No, I'm trying to connect to something, but I can't think of anything. I'll just write it down anyway. The brackets on... Are they gone yet? Are they indicative? Are they in the same context as the preceding dialogue where it tells you the ghost is just saying out loud? There we go. This sounds crazy, but I'm enjoying this because I get to talk to myself. Yes. You only enter a 5? And I'm going to use red for this. Move it with force. Only enter fights intent to physically harm and battle. And battle arises. Yeah, whether that be our intent. Here comes Napster Luke. Check him. This monster doesn't seem to have a sense of humor. Americans without the U. Oh, I'm real. Napster Luke is wishing they weren't here. I'm just gonna check him one more time. Because I didn't know that a second attack was coming. I was seeing if it would do it. Intent shows up. Attack is grey and does not hurt us. Nice. He's not up to it right now. Attack is grey and does not. But that count, yeah, that's a bullet pattern. That counts as a bullet pattern. One second, my phone's going off. It. Alert. I just weigh it down. Cheer. Patient smile. Hit. Threat. Are you giving a cruel look? Go ahead. Do it. Though he's depressed. Yeah. Yeah. It's just a little better. Okay, so it's a counter that just goes up. Here's the thing. If you're looking into it too much, because I'm trying not to, but I need to write down everything. I need to write it down, or otherwise I'll forget it, or it might turn up being. That's the Luke. Says he's real funny. Real as in physically exists. Sorry, responding to people. Okay. Cheering seems to have improved Nuts to Blute's mood again. I'll just keep doing it. Let's show you something. I call it Dapper Bluke. Do you like it? I'm gonna flip. I see people threaten. I see people cheer. I never see people flirt. I usually come to the ruins because there's nobody around. But today I met somebody nice. This is where I can do it. Ah! Luke comes to the ruins because there's normally no one around. And that's, that's counter to earlier, which is Toriel looking for people who have fallen down. So I don't know what she's looking for. Like, are they considering Frogget a monster? Like, to what degree are monsters monsters? Like, there's dogs, there's Molten Small, there's Frogget. Like, varying intelligence. Are monsters much like humans out in the real world? Are there actual animals that are physical like humans with a soul and everything? Like, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, to what degree are they considering monsters What degree of sentience does a monster need to consent? To manufacture their own consent? Ooh. Chomsky's not around to stop me now. Napster Blue comes to the ruins because there's normally no one around. That needs to be green. And attack is grey. Move it. I'm gonna do question mark. Because it's separated. Because what I'm thinking here is that this is separated from, you know, when we go on a date. It's not a battle. But I need to remember what it looks like. This is 12A, isn't it? Yeah, that's 12A was before. Oh, I'm rambling again. I'll get out of your way. Then disappears. Is this special to ghosts? Because that's the other thing everyone wonders about. Are ghost monsters, or are they the third race of like human monster ghost? This is still 12, yeah. I know swapping different screen, I hope it's not ruining the capture on the screen. Spider bake sale, all proceeds go to real spiders. I think everything that's not a human is classified as a monster. I need more gold. How much gold do I have? 9. Spider donut. It heals with 12 HP. A donut made with spider cider in the batter. What's this? 12B. Donut is specifically a spider donut. Spiders have spiders are monsters. Muffet. I don't know if that's how you use Allah properly. Separating donuts. If you're wondering what I'm doing every time food comes up, and I'm gonna be looking around for more gold to get to buy the other thing. I'm seeing if anything is ever referenced as just like donut, candy, hot dog, or anything like that. It's always monster or spider or skeleton or something. And by making that distinction, the game is basically saying it's not for humans. Did you miss it? Spider bake sale down and to the right. Come eat food made by spiders, for spiders, of spiders. See, for spiders. Ribbit, ribbit. So, my friend never listens to me. Whenever I talk, they skip through my words by pressing X. That's right, pressing X. Well, at least you listen to me. I wonder if he says something different now. Oh, not you too, so it knows, yeah. There's an ant-sized frog in a crack in the wall. It waves at you. Yeah. Yeah. I already knew that was there. Ribbit, ribbit. I heard using F4 can make you a full screen. But what does F4 stand for? 4 frogs? I've only seen a maximum of three frogs in this room. This is troubling to say the least, Ribbit. There is a 4th frog in the wall. Ribbit, ribbit, I have heard you are quite merciful for a human. Surely you know by now a monster wears a yellow name when... Surely you know by now a monster wears a yellow name. Okay, that's... You know, it's a thing. And I already knew about this because you can do the thing where it like changes to pink and everything like that. And this is... Wait. What do you think of that? I'll say very helpful. It's rather helpful. Bearing, just saying, maybe one day you'll have, even if the name isn't yellow. Yeah. So I already know this, and I was just looking for a room name 13, yeah. First of all, I'll just do what's already in my head. Sparing equals just saying you won't fight. Monsters wear a certain color when they don't want to fight. I just put yellow in brackets because they can have that other color. Because you know, we were all wearing this previously. Wearing this when they don't want to fight. They don't want to fight. And if you say you don't want to fight too, their intention then becomes they don't want to fight and you leave a battle. Because a battle is just the other thing there. Yeah. And Frogget says, yeah. Frogget. I'm assuming it's Frogget because it's in brackets. What does bracket? Because it says ribbit, ribbit. But is brackets like it's what do brackets stand for? I'm gonna put that. What do brackets stand for? This is why if you saw in those text documents, everything that's in capitals was look into this. What do brackets stand for? Frogget says we are quite merciful for a human. The 3rd Frogget. The 3rd. I'm certain it just means ribbit, ribbit, I have heard you are quite merciful for a human, surely you know by now. I'm gonna say it's bad art. Really then? Then I'll tell all my friends to tell their friends' friends never to use yellow names. How about that? Keep yellow names. Okay, they will still use yellow names. Okay, so it's the... Is it shift? Yeah, it's bad. No more yellow names. Okay, I will let them know not to use yellow names. How are you doing without yellow names? What is it's great. Glad to hear it, though I do not know why you dislike yellow. But I hope you do not encounter a banana-themed monster. I'm just trying to think. Okay, so yeah, I was just looking at that. What do brackets stand for? Brackets always precede a talking to forget. Oh, don't do this to me. I hate when. Let me go. Brackets always pre-willing to frog it. Is this the game translating for us? Or is the frogget just pretending it can't talk and is sadly whispering to us, much like presumably Napster Blue was. And you become green. Yes, because that's true. It can be proven. And that's miss. Yeah, okay, cool. 13. What do brackets stand for? Bring them back. Huh? It's rather inconvenient that you changed your mind like this. Since I told everyone not to use yellow names, everyone threw theirs out. Well. Wait. Monsters wear certain yellow... Yeah, I wrote wear in brackets just to make sure that it's wear. Last year it was fashionable to have pink names. I think everyone still has those in their closet somewhere. I'll ask everyone to look, but this is the last time. It might just be gameplay buggery, but how is Frogget immediately communicating with every monster? Is it his cells in his cell phone? Okay. Right, finally. Hopefully I'm done with this room. This is the last time. Hope you're satisfied. Okay, so you can't change them. So they'll be pink from now on. Oh yeah, and I need to get money. You, my friend. See ya. It won't do anything if I do it with mix up here. It seems evil, but it's just with the wrong crowd. Yeah, because Mod Small doesn't know any better. Migops. That's actually really interesting. Migos attacks us because Mole intent is to fight because it's too dumb not to. That's what I think, because it's just mold. Is that what it is? It's called Mold Small, isn't it? No, I can't see. Talk. Oh yeah. What if I hit him? Ah, okay. I'll try to get him when he's angry. This is in me. It really doesn't matter anyway. Then stop fighting when stops. As it was just following its lead. So that following. I think that's a red. That's a red. Mix up attacks us. Yeah, yeah. That will make sense. It helps with the ambiguity as well. That's just me thinking to myself. What I mean is, mixed up crawled up close, so now I want to look at him. Talk. I don't care. Waits pensively. Cha-cha-cha. I'm gonna try and eat an item. What is mustard candy? You ate the mustard candy. Your HP was maxed out. Swing your arms, baby. And I'll need to write this about. I had one. I need to make sure, I'm trying to catch myself in this where I'm not finishing sentences. In terms of ambiguity, I know some of this might look ambiguous, and if anyone's watching this or ever watches it, and they see like, oh no, you have not written that down, coherently, or, to get to the point you were explaining. I read everything I write here. I just need to get the certain things in order, because it's hard to explain, but once I see something like the third frog, it says we're quite merciful for a human. Monsters wear a certain colour, yellow, when they don't want to fight. Maybe. Pink. Last time it was in fashion. I put that in just because I need to. Yeah. I don't know, that's kind of contradictory to literally what I was just saying. But not every bit of information needs to go in there. And that little bit of information doesn't need to go in there. But it helps later. Like I said, I'm putting this down so I can look at it later. When I go through this, I don't read it. I go, okay, and I remember the memory. So what I'm doing here at the moment is that when I write this down, I don't write down information for me to remember what I've written here, and I go like, oh yeah, they do this, you know, mix-up attacks because mods intended to fight us. I'm also remembering now, essentially, you know. I mean, now it's recorded, but I'm remembering now, and that kind of epiphany moment I have when I realise something. You know, not everything's this huge epiphany. Like, huge epiphany moment where, like, I'm gonna remember every single point. But having this, like, little checkpoint that I have in my head, yeah, it really helps. Where'd that other frog go? Did I? I've never once looked at that. Now Luke's is here. Luke's, don't pick on him. Family name, Eyewalker. Luke Skywalker. Funny. Please don't pick on me. Here's the thing. It says Luke's is looking right through us. It also says it looks through our soul, sometimes. I'm gonna pick up. You rude little snipe. Luke's is gazing at you. Don't pick on. Finally someone gets it. I recently got eye floaters and they're the most annoying thing in the world. It gnashes at teeth. If I pick on again, it goes away, right? Like, intent can change, yeah. Finally, someone gets it. They're the most annoying things in the world. When I look at that white document, I always see it just floating around. Oh, that drives me mad. Well, you mentioned that the frog is gone. But what does F4 stand for? 4 frogs? I have only seen a maximum of 3 frogs in this room. This is troubling, to say the least. Ribbit. There's an ant-sized frog cracking the wall. It waves at you. Luke's drew near. Don't pick on. Spare. I think that's enough gold, isn't it? 16. How much was it? It was... I believe 18... Bugger. Come on, Lukes. Let me not pick on you some more. I accidentally did that out of habit, because I'm such a Chad. There we go. Lukes. I wish I got paid to not pick on people. Oh, it's a funny observation. In a funny voice as well. I should be on... Some spiders called down and gave you a jug. It was a jug of cider. I should be on Mr. Beast's Squid Game. That's right, I need that to look at it. Yeah, spider cider. Info. Spider cider heals 24 HP, made with whole spiders. Not just the juice. Right. so I'm just looking at it as well. Monster candy info. Has a distinct licorice flavour, yeah, that's right. Okay, where have I got it written? About the donut is specifically a spider donut. Same for spider. Same as the cider. Spiders are monsters a la Muffet, separating it from physical donuts. Cider is made without of spiders. Shave. Oh. Ring. Hello. I just realised that it has been a while since I have cleaned up. I was not expecting to have company so soon. There are probably a lot of things lying about here and there. Can you pick them up, but do not carry more than you need? Someday you might see something you really like. You will want to leave room in your pockets for that. Quick. Does she still just say, Mrs. Toriel? Hello, my child. Sorry, I do not have much to say. It was nice to hear your voice, though. And I have not seen Vegetoid yet. I should check you. Vegetoid, serving size, 1 monster. Not monitored by the USDA. I'm just gonna put that down. USDA exists. First of all, just cause USDA. United States Department of Agriculture. Okay. I thought it would have been United States Drug and Alcohol Administration. But yes, I can copy and paste it. Ew, God, that's really fucking with me. You see why everything takes so long? USDA, United States, exists? I'm gonna leave that green, but it probably does matter. Vegetoid serving size is 1 monster. Where is Vegetoid? I'm just trying to think what servings, like, as in feeds 1 monster, because I don't think it feeds 1 monster. Fresh morning taste. Vegetoid, it's here for your health. Act. If you devour it, you kill it, and I can't kill it. I know that. Plants can't talk, dummy. Gave him mysterious. Ooh, what did I minute? Vegetoid has creepy smile. Vegetoid has a mysterious smile. Creepy smile. That's for my creepy smile video. Dinner. You pat your stomach. Vegetoid offers a healthy meal. Okay, here's the thing. Monsters' attacks are dependent on their intent. If they don't want to attack us, Well, their emotional state, their intent, emotional state, and their way of being affects their bullet patterns and what their bullet patterns are. Much like how Napster Luke, when he wasn't feeling up to it, his bullet pattern's grey and it's written out like that. When Toriel doesn't want to fight us, the bullets will go away from us. And if you try, it's not about, if you want to get a different bullet pattern from a monster, you don't attack it. You try and focus its intent. Now remember, Vegetoid was here for our health. And you've patted yourself on the stomach, and now he's going to give us green bullets. Because you've changed his intent of what he wants to give you. He's now in a fight, and he's expressing himself through his bullet patterns, and that expression will now come in the form of green. And because now you've eaten it, and he's here for your health, he can now be spared. There. So, it's the puzzle element of it, obviously, for the game, but in terms of lore, it also adds up. And once again, like, I can't explain it all now, because I'll go insane. But you'll see it later, especially in the Snowden Library. There is just one switch. I should put that down as well. As it is true. Vegetoid was here for our health, and when we showed our intent was to eat, we were given green bullets. Vegetoid entered initially. Yeah. With the text stating it was. We're given green bullets. Okay, yeah. We, or our soul, can consume magic. That's something else. All monster bullets are magic. And all monster food is magic. Therefore, if we can consume magic, we are in some way a monster. Because once we get to the inn at Snowden, you will see that we meet, yeah, that's right, we talk to a monster, and he talks about human food, and he talks about how humans can digest, because they eat physical food. And because they digest, they can go to the toilet, and everything like that. But monsters, they can't digest because all their food is just magical energy that looks like food that they consume. So, see how everything is written as spider donut, monster candy. I'm looking for anything that doesn't say that. Anything that would show us that we are not consuming something that is at least alluded to magic. And as well, like every attack that happens, I know the doll fight, with the angry ghost doll. That doll uses magic missiles when it shoots missiles at us. Undyne uses magical energy spears. Asgore uses a spear that's like red and glowing and everything, so I can only assume it's also magical. Yeah, it's all like, everything's magic. That's the thing. Which is why, like, if you go up, like something initially that I wrote, Frogget, Toriel gave his cell phone, Frogget, Yeah, the dummy's made out of cotton, therefore the monsters can craft, or it came from the dump. Either way, not every object is magical. That's something I have to come to. That's a conclusion I have to come to. So you can see, I'm looking too far into it, but I'm not. My mouth is tasting like absolute garbage. I need some more shit. Oh, you know what? Maybe it's eating shit that's making it taste like garbage. Vegetoid. Oh, I should get a big carrot. I should actually get a big carrot. Vegetoid came out of the earth. Talk. Plants can't talk. Yeah. I really want to get the controller back. Eat your green. No, let me. That's not fair. Oh, you piece of shit! I'm not angry. Sorry, I hate using items. I need Ricky here just to... Oh, I hate it. I hate using items. This is just something to write down while I'm thinking about it. If magical food restores energy, restores HP, and the save points, which are a manifestation of our determination to do the same, we can conclude that the energy that we are consuming from that we are absorbing from both sources are the same. I'm going to assume soul power, maybe electricity. Right. I'm going to get through this room. I'm going to get to the home. Then I'm going to go on a break for a bit. I'm going to go get a carrot and some juice. A faded ribbon. Info. Faded ribbon. If you're cuter, monsters won't hit as hard. Once again, go into monsters' intent. If they don't intend to hurt you as much, that's why defense works. You're not getting armor. You're getting... you're essentially making them not want to hit you, which is what defense is. Which I suppose I should write down. I already know. Faded ribbon. Use. You equip the ribbon. Then item. Bandage. It has been used several times. How many humans have come back? 7. But have they all come back in the same body? Several. Yeah. If magical food restores HP and save, okay. Defense. That is just appearance. Decreases enemies' desire to hurt us with our attacks. And I suppose I should write down what I said before as well. Bandage has been used several times. Now I just need to make sure this is in the correct room. This is not the correct room. This is room 14. Vegetoid. Remember, I know it doesn't matter. I need to remember the room so I remember what I was thinking at the time. The long one I won't remember, but this one I will. Ooh, ee, ooh, ting, tang, wada, wada, bing, bang. Ooh, ee, ooh, ting, tang, wada, wada, bing, bang. No. Get the... Give me the go. What did you say again? I fell down a hole. Now I can't get up. Go on without me. Wait, ghosts can fly, can't they? Oh well. Whimsun can fly as well. Did Whimsun fly into the ruins from outside? Is that why he's at the ruins? Because no one is in the ruins that is worth a crap? Anyway, ghosts can fly. This is room 14, yeah. Ghosts can fly. Is phasing just in flying away. When the sun shines, we shine together. I want to click that lever. You know what they said? They said she's no good. Leave her. Put me on some sort of British sitcom. Vegetoid came out of the earth. He's laughing at your Lee Mac jokes, he is. Eat your greens. Oh, fuck off, I didn't. There we go. No. Wait, does he say something different when I've eaten? Vegetoid. Serving size, one monster, not one above you. Yeah, there you go. 8 your greens, he says. Ooh. Ruins is up there now, all big and red. Then I'll look at that. This is 15A. Bar door is not an exit. It simply marks a rotation in perspective. What the fuck? It's like, it's not an exit, it just marks a rotation in perspective. It's like, what are you talking about? Trying to figure out what that means in terms of, are we in the same room the entire time, or is it just saying that it's not an exit? So is this the same room? Because I'd be able to look at the thing on the wall here if it was. And it's not that I'm having... I know how to solve the puzzle, I know what it is. In terms of the universe, is this the same room? Because, like, look. It's got the, Ooh. Vegetoid came out of the earth with Migsop. But... if Vegetoid wants to heal us and Migsop is doing the same thing, will Migsop's attack also turn green? Obey the Overmind. Maybe Toby didn't think that far ahead. Vegetoid gave a mysterious smile. Yeah. Sweet arms, baby. Yeah, like I was gonna say. Yeah, see? So yeah, it is, because there's leaves there, then the bottom here is just... it's the same room, even though I can see that it says rooms 15B and everything. If you can read this, press the blue switch. Yes, you hear a clicking sound. I want to see... it's a switch, press it. Yes, nothing happened. Because technically there'd be something on this wall, but I can't read it. And I know, looking at the room, there's nothing there. Yeah, if you could read this. I'm just gonna assume it's fucking with me. Yes. Because if it, yeah, like... yeah. Dinner. I got that. You saw me get that. And I'm not like, I'm thinking back on what I'm thinking and saying out loud. Get it! Get away, you fucking potato! I'm not trying to be wacky, it's like, is this the same room? It is. Just... vines, but they're green. I'm just gonna write that down. And what room is this? Room 16. Green vines in the ruins. Are they flowies? Because the only other plant in there is the tree that continually sheds leaves every year. And I've got an inkling that Flowey he's the reason we woke up, and it's actually Because he says at the end, "Did you hear me calling you?" And if this is the first time like he's found Toriel in all of his loops, and that's why, you know, a lot of this, how does that affect the timeline? Because timelines restart and, you know, stop and start. And there's that other. Just between you and me, I saw Toriel coming out of the... Yeah, Toriel is in blue. Wait. I need to know the room name. She was carrying some groceries. I didn't ask what they were for. We're all too intimidated to talk to her, Ribbit. Room 17. That's the thing, like, Toriel... I need to go to the toilet. Looks like it's a Toriel. Ugh! So Toriel leaves the ruins. Getting groceries. We didn't ask what they were for. What are the groceries? Are the groceries like real? Or are they magic? Or are they... yeah. Anyway, first Toriel Frogget. A blue font. Blue font. So far, blue equals person name, red equals place, yellow equals concept. I need to go to the toilet for a second. Right. Yeah, I'm gonna go to the toilet, and I'm also gonna get a carrot. I'm gonna turn that desktop audio off. I can turn my mic. There we are. Yeah. Tutorial has... That's not how you spell groceries. I'm an idiot. I just read greengrocers. Spell check, you don't help. Tutorial has groceries. According to Frogger. Are they real or magical? I'll put this in. Yeah. I'm just reading this to make sure. Gummy, yes, ooh. What am I doing? Well, how long have I been up? For the last 2 hours and 45 minutes, I've been sitting here trying to figure out Undertale. No, not just sitting there doing that. So I've been going through every room. What I've done is, and you'll see if you go back from the start of the video, it's a rambling mess, but I've put into the game just this up here. Not that that's too important, but it's to explain oh, and works. What do you mean? But anyway, Room Ruin 17. I've got a document here of every single room. Yeah. And I've been going through since the start, because if you go to my YouTube channel, or if you already know about my YouTube channel, I do theory videos, and that everything I've got highlighted in blue is related to timeline, everything I've got highlighted in red is related to proven universal concepts within Undertale, and MISC is just for me to look back on later. B refers to in battle, but I think I haven't put that down a couple of times, that battle dialogue, but it doesn't matter too much. So yeah, I've gone through every room, everything that looks interesting to me, I've written down. Thank you. Yeah, I'm doing it because I'm the Costanza, if you understand, of Undertale. In that I'm neurotic about trying to figure this thing out. My English is very little. I speak Spanish. Muchas gracias. Something. I'm trying to say thank you for... yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'm very cute. You should see me, my hair does this. And if I cover up my bald patch, a little bit there. You see, I go out in the town like this, you know, I turn heads. Imagine me with 2 carrots. But anyway, let me explain. At the moment I'm here. I'm at Ruins 17. So I'm here. Talking to Frogget. Frogget refers to Oriel in a blue font. Why did I write it like that? That's because of my dyslexia. So far, blue equals person's name, red place, yellow concept. And what I mean by that is that, see, Toriel's name is blue. That's important in terms of color theory because there's also soul colors and everything. Because Asgore later is referred to in red, so blue doesn't mean name, it might refer to a type of emotional state. So yeah, I'm writing everything down that might, sometimes yellow, sometimes red. So it's difficult to explain. I don't know. I will say subscribe to my YouTube channel sometime in like months from now. You'll see me explain it in like an hour-long video. Because it's gonna be long. Okay, that doesn't do nothing. Toy knife. Made of plastic, a rarity nowadays. Before I do that, it's 18 old. Yeah. Knife is made of plastic. Described as a rarity. Is this in reference to the knife or plastic? That you think he has sands can identify a hack? Beg your pardon? That you think has sands that can identify a hack? I'm afraid I don't understand that. Oh, do you think that sands can identify that I put this in the game? Probably not. Yeah, probably not. Let me just... I need to have a look at the city. I do know he says that, but I don't know if he will notice. Because I put this in the overworld controller. I've just made an object that just puts the room name up there. And yeah, that's just for me. I haven't seen, I don't need to write anything about the city. No, I'm good now. Oh dear, I thought that took longer than I thought it would. Oh, she got a phone out. I've been talking about cell phone all the time. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is why it's good to play it. Toriel actually gets a phone out to call. Are you Rondi? From the land down Rondi. I really don't notice my accent. I thought I sound completely generic, but no, I'm Australian. I'm Australian with an annoying lisp because my 2 front teeth aren't real. And I can't feel them. That's red and that's green. You kids these days with your friggin'... Sorry. Just so you know, like, I'm 28. Do I want to buy your ASMR? No, thank you. I'm 18. Bruh. Yeah. You say bruh and you type in like that. Yeah. A boy. A boy. Wait. Is he actually gonna hit me? Did she actually hit me? Ah, I see. What if she... Okay, she didn't have anything different to say. Okay. No, I get it. Hey, if that's the con, go ahead. Like... It's a good rub. Every time this old tree grows any leaves, they fall right off. Every time this old tree grows any leaves, they fall right off. So I'm just making sure I find everything. Um, 19, yeah. And also, Toriel. Us. Heal us. Giving. Heal us. Implying magic. On us, I'm assuming healing magic. The as old. The tree is described as old, and its leaves fall off. red. Victoria says she's blue. I need to make that lighter blue. So you're just scrolling down through the Undertale game section, or just looking at low pop viewers. I don't know whether or not I should classify this as gaming. It's not really gaming as much as it is blogging. Trees, oh, leaves fall off when it grows any, as well as what says if you didn't play? The extent of the leaves throughout the ruins and lack thereof any other trees implies that this tree has been around for a very long time. Do that. Okay. I see a new viewer in chat. I see you. That's right, I'm desperate. Seeing such a cute, tidy house in the ruins gives you determination. This is home. Say mummy. Mother! You smell that? Surprise! It's a bee scotch pie. Butterscotch cinnamon. I thought we might celebrate your arrival. I want to have a nice time living here, and I just need to make sure that this is, even though I know it is, this is Tall House 1, but it's referred to at home. This house... actually this is outside of ruins. This... Save point refers to the house as home. And that is red. Better than it was. Can I say pendejo? You want me to say it in the way that a Spanish person would say it, or say in the way that an English person would think a Spanish person would say it, or a Mexican would say it? Because there's pendejo, and then there's pendejo, and then I have to get out like two big 6-shooters that are comically large. I want you to have a nice time living here. Thank you. So, I will hold off snail pie for tonight. Snail. I think it's a real thing. Another surprise for you. Because here's another thing, there will be, around here, inside is an old calendar from the beginning of 20X. Because I know about this. The calendar is from the beginning of 20X. Begging. Beginning. Calendar. Oh, I see. Beginning of 20X. Inside is an old calendar from the beginning. It's an old calendar, that's right. It is described as old. and that is timeline. That is how you spell... Oh no, it's two N's. And if you want to know, from the beginning, this is from the beginning of the 2021X at Asgore's house at the end. There's one at the end of 21X with a date circled, and in the genocide run it says the date I arrived here, which is the first human, which means the first human never set foot in this house. Which is interesting. You want to go through my catalogue of garbage. These books are worn. They must have been read many times. The books are also worn and read many times. Worn, a shame worn. And read many times, implying great age. Anyway, I'm making this for a video. How long do you think Toriel has been living in this place here? I have a ballpark estimate based on a bunch of research I'm doing. How long do you think? I'll eat the carrot. Go over here before time. That's for, yeah, no, Azrael would have been here, so yeah, that's why. It's a history book. Use a random page. Trapped behind the barrier and fearful of further human attacks, we retreated. Far, far into the earth we walked until we reached the cavern's end. This was our new home, which we named Home. As great as our king is, he is pretty lousy at names. Is there anything listed? No, it's the same one, isn't it? Yeah, because that's magical fire. Okay, how would I write this down? I already know about, this is just first history book, which Torhouse 2. The fire is nice. Do you know why the fire isn't too hot? It's because it's magical fire that she has made. Okay. I need to write it down. Okay. History book. Trapped behind the barrier and fearful of further human attacks, we retreated. This is actually important. I'll put this under a history book. Make that green. Okay. Fearful of human attacks implies that the humans have wielders of dual souls. Wielders of dual souls that can pass the barrier. Dual souls that can pass the barrier. I'm assuming these are the magicians. As well as place is the end of the caverns. The end of the caverns. Sorry, this all makes sense to me. I'm not sure if it makes sense to you. I mean, it probably makes sense to you, but I hope it makes sense for why I'm writing it. And that's green, yeah. This place is at the end of the cavern. This book was written after the... this book was written after the monsters had arrived and settled at home. Alright. We walk far, far into the earth until we reach the cavern's end. It implies earth, but this was our new home, which we named home, and as great as our king is, he's pretty loudly names. Fire. Oh yeah. Need to. There we are. Fire doesn't burn too hot. It is magical. Not that that's too important, but it might come into play later with other fire, if other fire arrives. Yeah. Seems like the right size for Toriel. Anything on this table? Good. Oh yeah, and tools have been filed down, presumably to have once protected as presumably to have once been to protect. No, that's not the right way to describe it either. It's better. No. Great. Assumptions agree. Did you know that the cat can cuddle? The cat can cuddle? Which one? What? For some reason, there's a brand name chocolate bar in the fridge. No, like what cat? What cat can cuddle? I know there is a cat, and I know you can hug and embrace cats. I do it all the time. Love pussy. Anyway, we have just... your cat can cuddle. For some reason, there is a brand of chocolate bar in the fridge. Why does it say for some reason? And if you want to go back and watch the last 3 hours of the video when I'm talking about monster food, it's because there shouldn't be any real food in the monster world. It should all just be magic. Yeah, brand name chocolate bar in fridge. This is... Oh wait, no, is this toy... This is room kitchen. Was this Toy House 2? I did. I've gone and done it. When it's cold outside and I feel the pain. Frisk also seemingly recognizes the brand name, knowing it's a brand name and all. Yes. Yes. Thank you. To 430 XA. Tier 30. I'm trying to read that if it's lead speed. Anyway, writing that down. Toolhouse. Brand name chocolate bar. Assumedly real. A real food. Not real. We're not that Spanish. Ooh. Wait, is it Spanish currency real? Or am I... How do you spell assume? E. There's an E after that. No! Assume... Assumedly is a word, right? Assuredly? I'm looking this up. Assumedly. Adverb. In a presumed manner. Assumably. Assumably. There we are. Frisk is the name of the little Muppet you see right here. He's a cute little thing, isn't he? Anyway, I'm getting sidetracked. Brand name chocolate bar, assumedly a real food, in fridge. Why do they have it? What is he, if you're still here, what does he say in the genocide run? Doesn't it say no chocolate, meaning the bar's gone? I mean, I'm going to be doing genocide after this anyway, but I just need to know. Why do they have it? There is some white fur stuck in the drain, that's another thing. White fur in the drain. If from tutorial implies a somewhat physical presence. Of a monster. What I'm describing here in terms of somewhat physical presence is monsters are mostly magic, therefore how would matter fall off of them? If a boss monster is more physical and that's why they have more determination possibly, or something like that, but there is white fur in the drain. So what does that mean? White fur in the drain. If from tutorial implies somewhat physical presence of a monster. Boss monster. If not from her, then who? Santa. No. Right. There is some white fur stuck in the drain. Inside the cupboard are cookie cutters for gingerbread monsters. Nothing there that I really care about. No. What a nice smell. Too hot to eat though. Stovetop is very clean. Toriel must have used fire magic instead. Too hot to eat though. I'm going to say pie is too hot to eat, as opposed to the fireplace, which is determined to be... Pie is too hot to eat, as opposed to the fireplace, which is just the temperature you want it to be. Want it to be, implying the pie is real and not a magical type of food. Oh, I think everyone's gone. Well, that was a fun little time. Stovetop is very clean. Toriel must have used fire magic instead. Which we already know about. Fire magic, yada yada yada. Stovetop is very clean. Toriel must have used fire magic instead. So it means she doesn't use the stove at all. Must mean that. Oh, well, it's the stove top, but, you know, the pie would have been baked in the oven, of course. Okay. Can I go down here? Oh, and what if I call Toriel now? Okay, still. Face. Hey, do not go down here. I have something to show you upstairs. Okay, so I'm not allowed. Not allowed. Is that sconce anything? No. Oh, what? Oh, she's gonna do me. A room of your own. I hope you like it. Hats on the head. There's something burning. I don't. Is that a sequence break? Was I not meant to see that? Is something burning? Okay, so too hot to eat. I'm going to assume it was the pie, and you're not meant to do that. I think Toby should have put like a block here, because I'm trying to think. What is that smell of something burning? It's either that or this fire going out of control. I'm going to talk to Toriel before everything. Hello there, little one. The pie has not cooled down yet. Perhaps you should take a nap. No. You'd rather stay up and chat with me? I want you to know how glad I am to have someone here. There are so many old books I want to share. I want to show you my favourite bug hunting spot. Because it is just Frogget, Whimsun, Moldsnor, you know. I've also prepared a curriculum for your education. This may come as a surprise to you, but I have always wanted to be a teacher. Actually, perhaps this isn't very surprising. Still, I am glad to have you living here. Oh, did you want something? What is it? Nothing. Right, I'm hoping I didn't break anything in terms of possible content, because I don't want to go in there just yet. You guys seen this type of plant before, but do not know its name. It's a water sausage. Inside the drawer are flower seeds and some broken... I might have just done myself, didn't I? I'm gonna have to look at that. It's you! You have seen this type of plant before, but do not know its name. Inside the drawer are flower seeds and some broken crayons. Room under renovations. Shit. Did I? This is it. See, it's a good thing I did it. Because then there's like a box of kids' shoes in a disparity of sizes. Different size shoes. And there's like different... Yeah. An empty photo frame, it's really dusty. I'm going to go reload the save, actually. Look at all these cool toys, they don't look interesting to you at all. Let's throw a good old bucket of snails. Tutorial's diary, read the circle passage. Yes, you read the passage. Why did the skeleton want a friend? Because she was feeling bonely. The rest of the page is filled with jokes in the calibre. Yeah. Quit. Get back into it. I thought it happens on Christmas. Yeah. Okay. I'll do what the game wants me to do first. Yeah. There. You found a slice of butterscotch cinnamon pie. As a room. What am I doing? This one. Azure room. Alright. In the bed. Sit. Which means we sleep. This is just in case of any kind of speculation I might come to about the character being some sort of zombie. Go through the room again. A box of kids' shoes in a disparity of sizes. That's right. Different sized shoes. Different sized shoes. Either two children, either multiple children were here, or one child grew up here. I mean, it's called Azrael Room. I'm going to assume it's Azrael grew up here. Picture a flower on wall. I gotta put it there. Flower on the wall. Picture of flower on the wall. Possible golden flower. I say possible because if I go outside, there's this flower here, and it doesn't look too much like it. And there's like these dolls there that look like Everyman, which is like, it's like Everyman or Azrael. It's hard to... I can't tell. An empty photo frame, it's really dusty. Are those papers seen anything? No. Yeah, empty photo frame, which means the photo's been taken out. Empty, dusty photo frame, plain age, and plain age. Playing its age. But remember, this is Azrael's room. What would Azrael have a photo of? Implying its age. I'm gonna do something just so I remember it, because this is way far down the line. Will I be able to open the data while the game's running? Yeah, very good. Is it Asgard's room that has the picture frame? What do you mean? Readable room 3. It's the only way I know how to find it. If there's a better way, tell me. So we're looking at... There's Asgard's True Lab. Fire, cooking show, Tundra set. Did I go past it? True Lab. Asgard room. Macaroni art of the flower for King Dad. Okay, so that's Asgard room, Asgard house. No, I don't want to get out of it. It's does it look like here again? There's no picture frame or anything here, is it? Yeah, there. Just once. No. There's no picture frame here. There's a key. Section. I am the whore of the extreme. No, it's a carbon copy, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, there's the picture frame there. Out of the way. Riddle room 2. What does it say again? Asgard house. Golden flower. It's a calendar from the beginning. Tutorial. Asgard room? No, it was Azrael room final. Where's Azrael room? Did I go past it? Yeah, there it is. It's a family photograph. Everyone is smiling. Okay, so I'm going to assume it's the family photo. Why wouldn't he just take the frame? Azrael room and Azrael room final. It's an empty photo frame. It's really dusty. So someone dusted it off. it's not. It's like, it's weird because in the like, yeah, it's an empty frame. It's really dusty. An empty photo frame. Someone's dusted off. You can only assume that's tutorial, right? Because this Global Flag 7 is that's when you go genocide route. If that's 1, that means you're on genocide. When it's really dusty, she's dusted it off. I'll go through this later anyway, so... yeah. No, don't. Wait, yes, quit. No. Photo frame. It's really dusty. I've got some hell to pay. Look at all these tools. They don't interest you at all. Before I do that. Okay. That's just that. That's just the bed. I can't read that. I don't know if it is empty. Yeah. Okay. Bucket of snails. Historial's diary. Read the secret passage. New. Because I already read it. Azrael's room. Sort. Toys that do not interest us. List the main character. Tutorial small chair. Its name is Chariel. I thought the big chair was... chair. Yeah, okay. Definitely bigger than a twin-sized bed. Yeah, so that implies husband and wife. Encyclopedia of subterranean plants. Lava. Water sausages. Okay, yeah. You peek inside, scandalous. Tutorial sock drawer. I think it's the same thing, yeah. Oh yeah, you can't stop looking at the socks. Oh, the cactus, truly most tsundere of plants. Why does my bloody mouse keep going on there? I'm gonna turn the game down a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Oh, I'm hoping that gate's working properly. I don't want to have that fan. It's been 3.5 hours. Yeah, this is the important thing. First of all, skeleton jokes in the diary. Recent entries. Means she's been in communication with Sans. But no, do this first. This is inside the drawer. Flower seeds and some broken carrot on store house through. put this in the tall house for some reason. Where's the tall kitchen? Yeah. Tall house 3. Mirror says it's you. Mirror says it's you. Drawer has flower seeds and broken in it. Drawer has flower seeds and inside the drawer are flower seeds, some broken crayons. What would that mean? Oh, it's a water sausage. The story of diary, read the second passage, yes, you read the passage. Lighted skull on friend, it was bonely. Feeling bonely. Similar caliber. Where's tutorial room? Skeleton jokes. Sans jokes implies she's very lonely. Timeline thing? No. I think that's a... No, that's a timeline thing. Because now I know that she's been communicating at that point. Tour House 3. Mirror says it's you. Drawer has flower seeds and broken crayons in it. Broken crayons may have... what am I trying to say? Because if no, it's not. It's okay. So my theory still holds some water. If about my flower seed thing. Because how would the seeds get in the first place? They have a packet of flower seeds, but they could have just packed the flower seeds. Because she didn't leave until a few humans came through, which means the flowers did come from outside. But the flower grew just after the queen left. But that doesn't mean that there weren't other flowers. The first flower. Ah, oh, God. Back in my brain. Broken crayons. Man. Azrael's. Flower seeds. Flower seeds may have belonged to the yellow buttercups. Yeah, just leave it at that. Leave it at that. where's the kitchen? There it is. Bread and chocolate bar, seemingly a real food in fridge. Why do they have it? White fur in drain from tutorial implies physical presence. What's the... Yeah. Why is too hot to eat as opposed to fireplace, which is... Okay. God, the house is a big one for me. I'm starting to lose steam as well. Sock drawer, double bed, yeah. I was just trying to get that. I can't. Yeah, nothing there. Yellow flower as well. She may have picked that from that little spot. Yeah, she always goes there. But this was the first time Lowy had come to that spot. Was it? That's hard to say. Room under renovations. Is that picking up on the game? Because of the carpet moving slightly? Yeah. What else do I have to write down about this? What am I seeing here? What am I seeing? That room is under renovations. Yes. What is... Toyhouse 3. Yeah. There is a room under renovation. For what reason? And that's just something there to keep that in my head. Drawer has flower seeds. Oh, the YOLO buttercups. My God, what a future we live in. There is room under renovation. For what reason? Mirror. Water sausages don't matter. In the house there is one plant from every biome, which is true. The size of the pie intimidates you too much for you to eat it. I don't think there's anything new. Road monsters. But what am I looking at here as well? What's that above it? Is that just a window? Or is that like a steam vent, I think? But anyway, frying pans. There are two types of oven mitts, two frying pans. I'd assume that's it's a pantry. Good idea. Yeah. I'm looking at the oven mitts. Why would you need oven mitts? There's also an oven mitt. So there's like one checker oven mitt and one diamond oven mitt, and then there's the diamond oven mitt on the thing here. So there's two diamond ones and one checkered one. Where'd the other checkered one go? I don't want to look too much into things and spend too much time on them. I'll just write that down as a note. Why oven mitts? There are 3 oven mitts. 2 diamond. 1 checkered. Oh, you know what? I can just do that. I know. It's cheating, but it's going through my head now. The school final, kitchen final. What's he got? Is that just a cookie cutter? I think it is. Yeah, diamond, checkered, and that's... Yeah, that's just checkered as well. Unless... How do I make that bigger? Oh, I know what to do. You do that. On the page. But then, target source. Position and size. Well, guess what? You're going to be 50. No. Undo. Source position, target position, bounding size. Which is the one that makes it bigger? No, that's the bounding size. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's diamond, checkered. So it's just a carbon copy, so it doesn't mean anything. Unless there were 4, yeah, there's 4 of them and 2 of the checkered ones. And it doesn't mean anything. Yes? No. Okay. 3 of them, it's 2 diamond, 1 check. Why would she need this? Why would she need it? Okay. And I'm just going to check my channel quickly. I just want to see what quality. That's probably going to be weird looking. No, I've done it again. I've done that every stream that does it. I just want to see what qualities that coming through as. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, you can't really see much. Anyway. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah. Oh no, I should have checked that at the start of the stream. Yeah. After all that, let's do. There are so many old books I want to share. Oh yeah, old books, tutorial room. Book on subterranean. How do terrain? Terrain. Ian. No, that's absolutely wrong. There we go. Plants. Book on subterranean plants. On bookshelf. Is this? Does this apply? The book is from Yeah, no, I wasn't saying that. It is a different shade of green. That's because I've been using that, haven't I? No, I haven't. No, I haven't used it. This one? Yeah. Azrael Kitchen. I feel like I've missed a room. No. It's fine. Okay, I need to go to... It's Toolhouse 3, isn't it? Always want to be a teacher. Still, I'm going to have you living here. Did you want something? What is it? I'll say nothing again because I just need to know the room name. 2. Toolhouse 2. Tutorial. Wants to be a teacher. Did I friggin' what? That? I think that's all you can glean from that. Yeah, do you want to hear about the book I'm reading? It's called 72 Uses for Snails. How about it? Sure. Here's an exciting snail fact. Do you know that snails have a chainsaw-like tongue called a radula? Interesting. Yeah. Well, bother me if you need anything else. She's reading a book. Reads a book about snails. Snails. Are they magical or real? I shouldn't say real. Physical. I've got to stop doing it. It's driving me crazy. Oh, my mouth is tasting that crap. That crap I've been eating. Alright, come on. What is it? How to exit the ruins? I have to do something. Stay here. Cool. Nobody picked up. Return. Did I do that? Did I? You wish to return home, do you not? Home is... I'm really worried I did that when I was going about the code. Home, comma. Ahead of us lies the end of the ruins, a one-way exit to the rest of the underground. I am going to destroy it. No one will ever be able to leave again. Now be a good child and go upstairs. If I do just go upstairs and sleep, what happens? something different. Okay, so she literally just waited there. Every human that falls down here meets the same fate. Okay, this is important. Falls down. But it might just be falls down, as in falls down. Oh, maybe. I've seen it again and again. They come, they leave, they die. You naive child, if you leave the ruins, they, Asgore will kill you. I'm only protecting you, do you understand? Go to your room. Right. And this is basement 2. Every human that falls down. Tutorial says meets the same fate. Meets the same fate. Falls down as fallen down the state, or just in general. Oh. References Asgore references Asgore with red text. Text color may be associated with emotional or contextual states rather than static definitions. Tutorial references as well with red text. God, butchered associated. And that wasn't basement 1, that was basement 2. You even said that, Alex. Come on, friend. Is that a corner or just a twist in perspective? Do not try and stop me. This is your final warning. You want me to leave? You want to leave so badly? You are just like the others. There is only one solution to this. Prove yourself. Prove to me that you are strong enough to survive. I'm gonna write that down. Basement. This is basement 4. The time it takes for... Wait, did I I've just thought about it now. I'm gonna write it down before I forget. Azure Room. Applying its age. Dust may also be that of a monster's remains. Really doesn't matter. Can I search on this goddamn program? I don't think so. Oh, so this got me a problem. Dust. Yeah, it's the only time I've written dust. I'm sure there's other times dust comes up. Tutorial blocks the way. Tutorial check. Attack 80, defense 80. Knows best for you. For you. Sorry, there's a magical attack. Talk. You couldn't think of any conversation topics. Tutorial looks through you. Looks look through you as well. My spare. Takes a deep breath. Time. Oh yeah. The game to transition into the fight. I don't know the status. May imply tutorials unwillingness to fight us. Tutorial looks through us. And yet, tutorials attacks do less damage. Do less damage. Tutorials attacks do less damage. The end. The more we are closer to death. Don't care, don't care, don't care. Yeah, and it ends as soon as you take one bit of damage. Attack or run away. 3. Improving this way. Fight me and leave. Stop it. What happens if I flee? That's right. Go upstairs. Already. What will it take for you to learn the lesson? Okay, that time it doesn't take too much longer to get in. She's... Do I have to go through it all again? Yeah. When did I save it again? It doesn't really matter, it's not really progress I've lost. I can't die if I want to. Yeah. There's got to be a way you can do it. I know if you do take damage and die, she looks shocked. Stop looking at me that way. I know you want to go home. Please go upstairs now. I promise I'll take good care of you here. I know we do not have much, but you can have a good life here. Why are you making this so difficult? Please go upstairs. Pathetic, is it not? Cannot save even a single child. Save? I don't think at that point. I don't think she's saying save isn't save. No, I understand. You would just be unhappy down here. Ruins are very small once you get used to them. It would not be right for you to grow up in a place like this. My expectations, my loneliness, my fear for you, my child, I will put them aside. Once again, my child in the battle. Really wish to leave the ruins. I will not stop you. However, when you leave, please do not come back. Hope you understand. Goodbye, my child. Okay, there's a whole lot. Unwilling to fight us. Running and returning. Go as the battle trigger. As per normal. But that might just be that her... Wait, why am I putting that as red? Might Might just be her psyching. She's now psyched herself up. Tutorial looks through us as Luke's did. Is this something else? I'm fairly sure another thing looks through us as well. And as well as avoid us. She refers to us as my child once again. And states she cannot save even one child. Whether my child is to us as the first human and as real, I don't know. Wither Canada. That's not how you spell weather. Weather. Yeah. My child. And or Azrael, I don't know. As well as the term save. Saving as in the process of reloading or saving in general. Awfully long-winded, I don't think I have to write it out, but might as well do it. Now, I'm going to go back. I'm going to go back and I'm going to say hello. Nobody picked up. She's just back in her chair. I've never gone back here and checked. I think everything is fine. Yeah, I wonder what that frog says. Every time this old trick grows any leaves, they fall right off. Ribbit. Just between you and me, I saw Tori come out of here just a little while ago. She was carrying some groceries. I didn't ask what they were for. We were all too intimidated to talk to her. Okay. Is there anything about this city that I need to look at? No. Really quick between life. I also forgot to do this. Butterscotch pie info. Butterscotch cinnamon pie, 1 slice. That looks like real food. And stick info. Stick weapon. Its bark is worse than its bite. That implies bark. Right. 16 is where I was. Green vines are they flowers? Stick. Bark is worse. It's bite. Play on the words, but bark implies reality. Physicality. Butterscotch. Cinnamon pie. One slice. Seems real. That's nice for cinnamon roll. I'm not gonna care. Oof, I'm getting to that point. Alright, is that? Yeah, that's done. We're still home. Wait, I didn't check the bedrooms. Disparity of sizes. Yeah. Bed is just okay. This is why I need to hear what kind of... Chris, please. Wake up. You are the future of humans and monsters. I forgot. I do remember hearing something about that, but I forgot about that. That scared the shit out of me. Okay. Let's find the Azrael room. Sleeping in the bed after staring Torium. We hear Asgore say to us that we need to wake up as we are the future of humans and monsters. Right. Now, what that could mean, the fact that he eggs us on to leave implies he has a plan to... no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't imply that. No. The fact that he eggs us on to leave gives the impression that that Asgore or someone wants us to leave and complete the game. Otherwise, why would we hear it? And the fact that we hear it implies, no, yeah, implies connection between the moon and us. Yeah. Save. Tutorial, are you over here? No. She runs. Room under renovations still. It's you. Now the boring thing, which is running all the way back. I don't think there's anything. I can check. Ooh, what's the flag for that actually? I can go Undertale. Game objects, rooms. Azrael room. Yeah, Azrael bed. Felt strange to learn. Yeah, Chris or whoever. Please wake up. You're the future of humans and monsters. If global plot. Oh, it's not a flag. Okay. It feels entirely too small for you now. What the frig? It feels strange to lie in the bed. It feels entirely too small for you. That's if you genocide through and then come back and sleep. What happened between Azrael and the freaking human? Global plot greater than 24. No, yes, and no. Right, time to walk back to the flower bed. Doing such a cute Tony Hathaway's determination. But also going. Hope you're satisfied. Yep. Oh, I still have to. Can I go? Did I check, Frogget? Life is difficult. Yeah, that's right. Why is life difficult? Frogget hopped to and fro. Please. Hell's Ruins 9. Why is life difficult for Frogget? I have to write that down. Life is difficult for Frogget. Why? Frogget's the friggin' answer to like a lot of this stuff. He's an enigma, and I need to find out what. Terrorize. Oh, that's right, wiggle finger. Okay, now this. Handsome. Too sensitive to fight. Use the same ribbit, excuse me, anyone has some advice for you. Yeah, it's still the same. Ooh. I was certain this was the hallway out. You see stalk of flower. Damn, I'm good. Shit. Yeah. I can't do anything. Alright, it's the same. Yes, I knew! Yes! Now this thing I don't know about. Golden flowers. They must have broken your fall. Okay. Do not worry about me. Someone has to take care of these flowers. So she does take care of the flowers, yeah. Okay. If after sparring, yeah, sparing, I think that's it, yeah. Tutorial. We go back to start. Tutorial stands there and says she. Tutorial is there. Come on to look the flowers. Flowers are referred to as golden flowers. They must have broken your fall. Tutorial is there and states that someone has to look after the flowers. Implying. No, not implying. I always say implying. If after the tutorial we go back to the start, tutorial is there and states that someone has to look after the flowers. Yeah. She may have planned with the seed packet from her house. Where did the seed packet come from? Or have been buried here, or have with the first body. And yeah, so breaking your fall may also be a euphemism monsters use for getting better after falling down. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I'll play around. Do not worry about me. Someone has to take care of these flowers. Is there anything? Let me... flowers. No. Okay. There's the Deltarune symbol everywhere. Riveting. Oh. Bam, bam, bam. And she doesn't say anything on the cell, right? Maybe picked up. Why do they have it? Why do we recognize? Actually, no. No, the reason they'd recognise the brand name, it's not hard. I mean, if I see like some Turkish version of Pepsi, I still understand it's Pepsi. I'll run away from you. Nothing's easier when you just ask. The power of just talk. Compliment. Luke's and Co. decided to pick on you. Oh, I'm almost done. Yes. I think I've looked at everything. Alright, that's what happens when you hold down every button. Clever, very clever. You think you're really smart, don't you? In this world, it's kill or be killed, so you're able to play by your own rules? You spared the life of a single person. Hehehe. I bet you feel really great. You didn't kill anybody this time. But what will you do if you meet a relentless killer? You'll die and you'll die and you'll die until you tire of trying. What will you do then? Will you kill out of frustration, or you give up entirely on this world? That's the thing, like, this world, give up on this world, and let me inherit the power to control it. So literally, leave and give him, implying when the game's off, Flowey's doing shit. I am the prince of this world's future. Flowey refers to the underground as a world. Implying he knows of the fickleness? No. Temporariness? No. Flair refers to the underground as a world, implying he knows of the implying he knows the world is, how would you describe it? It's not just the reset mechanic, it's that the world is one of many, or it's one of many, or at least this world is not on a fixed timeline. There's a world. This is so much more interesting. Yeah. You can say, yeah, that's a wonderful idea on this one. Oh yeah, Flower's face looks like the faces. Flowey's face when it transforms. Partly looks like the face pattern faces in the Brew Lab. Yeah, that's Ruin's exit, and I think that is it. Yeah, there's the camera in the bush. Outside the entrance. What else can you glean from that? There's just a giant stone wall, cracked door. It's a tough looking branch. It's too heavy to pick up. But the trees are real. We'll do it again. It's been smashed like it was nothing. Okay. Why did Sans do that? Human, don't you know how to greet a new pal? Turn around and shake my hand. He's speaking in the same, like, spaced out thing that Asgore did. Just before I forget as well, I might as well do this. Camera in the bush at the start. Ruins is the Delta room. Above it. Above the door. Sans. A stick. Strong stick. Ooh, I'm getting tired. I'm gonna turn this off after I get to the next save point. The old pushing land trick. It's always funny. Anyways, you're a human, right? That's hilarious. I'm Sans. Sans the skeleton. I'm actually supposed to be on watch for humans right now. But, you know, I don't really care about capturing anybody. Now my brother, Papyrus, he's a human hunting fanatic. Hey, actually, I think that's him over there. I have an idea. Go through this gate thingy. Go. Yeah, go right through. My roommate, but oh, that's right. That's the fence. I always. Sup, bro? You know what's up, brother? It's been 8 days and you still haven't recalibrated your puzzles. You just hang around outside your station. What are you even doing? Staring at this lamp. It's really cool. You want to look? No, I don't have time for that. What if a human comes through here? I want to be ready. I will be the one. I must be the one. I will capture a human. Then I, the great Papyrus, will get all the things I utterly deserve. Respect, recognition. I will finally be able to join the Royal Guard. People will ask to be my friend. I will bathe in a shower of kisses every morning. Maybe this lamp will help you. Sans, you are not helping, you lazy bones. All you do is sit and boondoggle. You get lazier and lazier every day. Hey, take it easy. I've gotten a ton. Okay, a skeleton. I'm just looking at that yellow, seeing if that means anything. Tuh! Rubes. Sans, come on, you're smiling. I am, and I hate it. So, why does someone as great as me have to do so much just to get some recognition? Wow, sounds like you're really working yourself down to the bone. Ah, I will attend to my puzzles. As for your work, put a little more backbone into it. Yeah. Okay, you can come out now. Oh cool, I can just do whatever I want. I'm not going to write anything down, I'm going to get to the next save point. I'm just going to look at everything, then watch the video back and write stuff down, because I am tired. It's some sort of checkpoint or sentry station. But there are bottles to capture. Mustard and relish sitting behind. Okay, so it just says that. Okay. I was thinking, my brother's been kind of down lately. He's never seen a human before, and seeing you might just make his day. Don't worry, he's not dangerous. Even when he tries to be. Thanks to a million, I'll be up ahead. Just gonna go back to the start. Does it say anything every? No. I'm certain the door says something. Oh, that was Flower. Did you see it? I was certain that the door said something. Ugh. God. Tired. Benny said that lamp still fills you with determination. Alright. Oh, well, I'm done. I think 2 people showed up. That's good enough. Thank you for staying until the end. Anyway, bye.